Hola, buenos días, buenos días. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo os encontráis? Saludos. Soy el profesor Pablo Blesa, soy el vicerrector de Relaciones Internacionales y estoy orgulloso de estar en esta mesa. Very good morning to everyone, UCAN students as well as the students from the 6 countries taking part in this project. Thanks to the organizers, to Delia, namely from OPRI, as well as the researchers, the staff from the architecture department of UCAN. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very proud. I'm very glad. To tell you why. I had spent 25 years of my life helping the internationalization of UCAN. I was the one kicking off internationalization. Today, UCAN is a very international institution with 20% of all students coming from 165 countries. And then when I see this room filled with talented people coming from European countries, I had to tell you I am professor of European studies, and today I'm very concerned what is going to happen in the European meeting that will deal with housing, will deal with Ukraine, and will deal with some other important aspects. I'm very impressed that you have been working together in fraternity and moving around in different sites in this continent to repair, to overhaul, and to recover, to revive some towns that probably look very depressed currently. And we know that the European population is shrinking, and more places, even very valuable places from the architectural point of view, the historical point of view, are being abandoned and left behind. You can buy a town in Spain, in certain places in Spain, in the NTA Spain, for 50,000 bucks, a whole town with a church, and several houses, and is there on sale. This is a pity. We must care about our heritage, and we must recover it. We must respect it. We must pass the legacy to the next generation. So for all this reason, because I love internationalization, I love to see UCAN bustling with international students, because I respect the work of my colleagues, both academics and non-academics. I'm very pleased to welcome you this university, which is as well a heritage place. I would like to remind you that this place, before the Foundation San Antonio took it, was abandoned, was falling apart, was crumbling, literally crumbling, in spite of being for 300 years the center of education in the region. But it was decrepit and falling apart. And it was fully recovered by the students that decided to join UCAN. And today we are so proud to have this monastery, so functional, so open to our society and serving our society and our university community. So I'm happy to be accompanied in this table by my friend Javier, is the Secretary General of the area of development in the Comunidad Autónoma in our region, and as well by my old-time friend Matella. We met 4 years ago. Still, I remember. Even more. So I'm so proud to meet again. And therefore, more officially, we hereby commence the official opening of Revive Living Heritage. And I will pass the word and the micro to Mrs. Mateja Hafner, General Secretary and Project Manager at IHTS, and she has the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for these kind words. I'm glad to be here. And good morning to all this auditorium. I'm here on behalf of the Association of Historic Towns of Slovenia, and it's my great pleasure to greet you all at the final conference of the Revive project here in beautiful Murcii. It has been an honor to be part of this European partnership dedicated to reviving historic towns and cultural heritage sites and making them lively, inclusive, sustainable places for people to live, create, and connect. Throughout this project, we have shared experiences, developed innovative approaches, and build partnerships that reflect the very essence of the new European Bauhaus, combining beauty, sustainability, and inclusion in shaping to space where people and culture meet. Historic towns, I came from one of small historic towns from Slovenia, embody this value naturally. They remind us that the past can inspire the future, that heritage and creativity together can drive innovation and community well-being, as the director said before. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the UCAM team for hosting this inspiring event and to all project partners. Moldova National Museum Complex Iași from Romania, Culture Hub Croatia from Split from Croatia, hello. University of Applied Science Turku, Finland, Ithaca Regional Development Agency from Italy, hello, and of course to our host San Antonio University Foundation from Murcia, where we are here today. Thank you for your excellent cooperation and commitment, and thank you to project team for your energy, creativity, and professionalism throughout this 2 years journey. A special thanks goes to the team of young talents who brought fresh ideas, energy, and creativity to this project. Your enthusiasm is the best proof that the future of our historic sites is in good hands. At last, but not least, thank you to everyone here today for your presence and your shared belief that our historic sites are not only treasure of the past, but foundations for a more beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive European future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mateja, for your wise words and your warmth. Thank you so much. The floor is now open to the Honorable Mr. Francisco Javier Royan Sanchez, Director General of Territorial Planning and Architecture of the Autonomous Community of the Region of Murcia. Thank you, Javier, for being here today.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to convey you the greetings and apologize of the Councillor of Development and Infrastructure, Jorge García Montoro, who was unable to join with us today. On his behalf and on behalf of the regional government, we want to thank to the San Antonio Catholic University of Murcia for inviting us to inaugurate this conference dedicated to architecture, urban planning, and the restoration of our historic town inspired by the new European Bauhaus. Historic towns are the living memory of our society. The identity, culture, and architecture that define us are inside them. But they are also spaces that, in many cases, have suffered neglect and deterioration over the time. Because of this, the regional government of the President López Miras has been working during the last years to promote their regeneration and restore the urban vitality that they deserve, always from a sustainable perspective to respect the heritage value. Our goal is clear: to recover urban centers for life, for their residents, and for the future generations. And we have been doing this through several lines of action that combine heritage protection with technical innovation and environmental sustainability. Recently, the regional government has approved a new housing law, 3/2025, which introduced legal tools which will allow to the councils the rehabilitation of the urban centers, introducing building premiums for plots with archaeological remains. The main idea is that the young people and the middle class of the society come back to live into the historic towns. It's in a new model of protect houses, call it vivas. At the same time, we are also developing the architectural landscape strategy, a project that will give to the society several exhibitions of the historic cities of Murcia, like Lorca, Cartagena, and the historic towns of the northwest side of the region of Murcia. The regional strategy comes from the Florence European Landscapes Convention. Recently was inaugurated the first one, the exhibition in Sejin, a city in the northwest side of the region of Murcia. I invite you to visit. Through this strategy, we promote a new approach to the traditional architecture and its integration into the contemporary urban environment. Another key focus of this is the sustainable architecture and construction strategy, in which we have been working on several years. This strategy proposed for the city incorporating nature-based solution and sustainable urban drainage system to create healthier, more resilient, and climate-adapted urban environments. We want to recognize and congratulate to UCAM and all the participants in the European Revive project for your ideas and your huge efforts. From the regional government, we will continue supporting you with this solution which integrates architecture, art, technology, and dialogue, because they are an example of how European research and cooperation can transform our cities. Regional government always will give you supporting to the students and professionals present today to continue your works and look for till your ideas became to be reality. The projects that you promote today will be the foundation of the quality of our towns and the welfare of their citizens in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General. And he is right, you should not leave the region without visiting certain towns, like, for example, Cejín. Are you from there? Are you from Cejín?
No, I am from Águilas.
From Águilas. Caravaca, which is close by.
Yes.
Blanca, which is really beautiful. Cartagena, which is very historical. And the city of Murcia, that is now celebrating the 1,200 years since its foundation. So quite old. It's difficult to dig in the city. You always find some Roman walls, some Arab stuff. It's really difficult to make a parking lot in here. So I'm again, on behalf of the president, I wish you a wonderful stay in UCAM. Congrats for your work. And therefore, I hereby declare Revive Living Heritage officially inaugurated at the site of the Catholic University of Murcia. Now your home and always your house. So please stay and one day come back. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm going. Hi, everybody. We are pleased to invite to the podium, to the stage, to Slaska Supan. This is a Revive project coordinator. I will please to make a great applause for her. Thank you so much.
Because you opened
yes.
the PDF, I sent it also.
Yes, you need it.
Okay, so thank you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, my dear colleagues. It's really honor, but also responsibility and a challenge to present this inspiring, powerful, and one of the most challenging projects I've ever worked through my, let's say, quite long career. I will walk you through some of the highlights and some of the backgrounds of this project and try to answer the key questions which you usually ask when you are talking about a project. Why is this project and who was involved? Where did it take place and how did you do it? What was actually achieved and what's there now? So, as you heard this morning, this project did not arise because of just another project, but it arises from the reality of numerous small towns across Europe, out of the need. There are tens of thousands of such towns like Cellino in Abruzzi, which are facing the situation of decline, depopulation, closing businesses, lack of jobs, lack of bus connections, and they are sort of caught in a sort of a negative circle and spiral. And the question is how to come out of this negative spiral. And we met Matea, the head of association, this morning, and she keeps saying, we need to do something with young people. Young people are the future. We should not design for the today, but we have to design and think about the future. How to make these streets filled with young people, young families. And this was the main challenge of the partnership, which today I can say it was really brave to enter this project. Because 2 years ago, when we were discussing how to approach, actually we knew that we want to do something completely different as projects usually do. Projects do the analysis, and then there is a strategy, and maybe something happens. But usually the strategy remains in the drawers. So we said, no, we have to do something in reality. We want that people who live in these cities see some changes. So we proposed to experiment. And these 6 partners agreed to go with us on this journey. And we are really happy that we had 4 partners who decided to experiment, to perform this sort of demonstration projects: Turkey, Romania, Italy, and Slovenia. And we are really happy that we had 2 very strong, on one side, expertise partner, the UCAM University, and on the other side, a very strong communication and engagement partner, Culture Hub Croatia with Marina. So this mix of different partners help us achieve the goals. And 2 years ago, we were actually, it was 3 years ago, when the call for proposal of Creative Europe program came out, that we matched perfectly with the priority of the year, which was architecture. So we combined architecture, sustainability, innovation, and New European Bauhaus into one mixed project, which was about actually co-creating new visions in these declining heritage towns and sites. Actually, we were experimenting like a living lab, a hackathon. We were actually inspired by IT hackathons approaches. And we said, okay, we will bring some young people from different countries to these declining towns, and we will see what will happen. Because these small towns usually are, lacking some energy, lacking knowledge, lacking people like you. So we said, okay, let's bring them to these places, connect them with the community, and let's see what kind of visions they will brought up together. We promised that we will achieve 3 things, and I think we did it. The first was to test some innovative approaches. The second was to raise competences of you, young talents. And the third was to promote and show that these derelict areas can be a nice place to live, and that the locals can see that also other people value this kind of places and that they have a future. All the time we were, of course, looking for the key guiding principles. This is the sustainability objectives and New European Bauhaus. Young talents were trying to use recycled materials, were taking care of local vegetation, local heritage, inclusivity, and all this what is related to these new principles. So where we were experimenting, some of you were part of these experiments. We were, as I said, in 4 countries, in 4 completely different locations. In Turkey, we were working in an industrial heritage site former rope factory and shipyard. Open space. In Tržič, this is a small alpine town with 5,000 inhabitants. We were working in an abandoned museum garden, also outdoor. In Romania, in Iași, we were in this beautiful building, but 2 grounds under the floor, in the underground, in the energy and power plant, ex-power plant of the palace. And in Cellino, we were working inside an empty, underused church. So also inside interior. Together with my colleague, Julia, who's sitting here, we sort of proposed so-called 6-step approach. And that is the approach which we were testing in these 4 experiments. The approach is rather simple. Start with observing what the people in the territory need, what is the situation in the territory, what are the trends. Then we said we have to engage with the people, we have to engage with locals, we have to bring young talents, we have to select the right teams, and of course the leaders. Then it was the 3rd step, which was unfortunately done online, making a vision. This visioning process was taking place online with the young teams, very hard step in the process. And then this key point of the project came, that was the experiment itself, 2 weeks event, hard working days, day and night actually. And when the visions were checked and came into the reality, all the time we were observing what's going on. We were evaluating what we are doing, how the knowledge or the competences improve, and what we have to improve from one to another experiment. Because the first one in Slovenia had only 5 months to prepare, the second one 9 months, and we could transfer some experiences from one to another. And the sixth step is what we are doing now, sharing, inspiring others to replicate this, if applicable, in other towns. So we learned that what was good and what was the bad thing was the process itself. And I think the really beauty of everything is that it is rolling, and even today we are starting, continuing this process, maybe to the next step. So I will just quickly walk you through all these steps with some photos from the experiments so that you can see how it looked before we started. That was the place in Slovenia, Tržič, abandoned garden of the museum. Museum is that white house in behind. The garden was fenced. Nobody actually was using it. And in front, there was this empty house belonging also to municipality, so-called Sun House. And the idea was to revive this into a living public space so that people would come here and that this park would be a sort of a starting point of some interaction and development of this part of the city, town actually. In Varvintori, in Turku, in this industrial heritage site, the idea was to try to apply digital technology, to see how digital technology and video mapping can show that also digital technology can aspire, can inspire, and can help in raising awareness and make this site lively. As I said, this is that underground second floor of this beautiful palace in Iași, former power plant, rather gray, empty, and we came with a strange idea to connect this underground place with intercultural dialogue. In Iași, there are many minorities living, and the idea was to bring these two place and people together. The church in Cellino was also a great challenge. Small town in the Murcii. very with rich arts and crafts, and the idea to turn this church, which was a community church, actually to a community creative cultural hub. So we started to engage with the second phase. We had to bring the right team, the right people to each experiment. And the core people of each experiment were the art directors. Each of the team had 2 to maximum 4 art directors. Most of you are here today. And thank you once again to each and every of you, because without you, we could not perform these experiments. And there was also one critical point in the project, selection of young talents. We had 2 open calls, and on both open calls, we received nearly 200 applications, and 42 of them were selected. Some of you are also here today, and this you can see how our directors were, based on the proposal of each partner, then combining and selecting the teams. We were trying to have really intersectoral, multisectoral teams, architects, arts, and also social science. That was very important, that each team included also, let's say, at least 30% of members from media, social science, history, restoration, so that we had not just a one-side approach. And this is the team of Tržić, the team from Turku, Cellino. That's not the whole team, because there are also some youngsters from the local school. The team in Cellino has had a really great connection with the local associations and community, and the team from Iași. So as I said, the visions were done online, really very hard part of the process, because we wanted to have these experiments prepared as much as possible before they start. So you didn't know each other before, you had to cooperate online, you haven't been to the site, you had no idea how it looks, but still some ideas have been developed, and based on that we try to simulate what will happen. But still, when you came to the site, the reality was sometimes different. So quickly, through some days of experiments, this was in Tržić, meeting the first day, meeting with the people, meeting with the place, which was completely different as you imagined before. And then the process started, the creativity, we had to change the visions, we had to be more concrete, more precise, dialogue with local stakeholders. We also practiced how people would feel locals in this new setting. We invited them to the workshops. Each team had also artists inside, and it proved to be really very, very important to have this more creative part, and you can see how artists could add value to the architectural design, because they bring colors, they brought new ideas, and they also went out to the town. In Tržić, we also did something what nobody planned before, a documentary film, with the mountains. We didn't know that this will happen, but at the end, in 2 weeks' time, we even had the video. So that was the solution of the young team, the architectural, urban, comprehensive design, and the design also for this community cafe, let's say community living room in the next house. And then we didn't stop with the planning, you know, we wanted, as I said, to demonstrate. So in how many days, Victor? Was 3 days, 2 days? You even built the temporary furniture, you know, that was even a physical work for them, you know. The fence was gone, and, you know, new solutions were set up. And at the end, and Thursday, that was not even the 10th date, it was the 9th date, we had the final event you can see that how the garden looked after this experiment, with all the artistic works of Ella and the others. So, and today, we are really happy to say that these temporary solutions are still in use. You can see the young, the children and the elderly and also youth are having some events there. And what is most important, there is no vandalism. You remember the director of the museum was afraid that there will be vandalism, that's why we need the fence, but nothing happened, nothing in this way. And there are some changes in the management of the museum. Andrea will tell you later in official, but Andrea is still and with hard working on this project, and 2 projects have been approved to bring some money for the implementation. So not the whole, but some step-by-step approach is now led. So the landscaping and the greening will take place next year. We will hear more about the other experiment later, but just quickly, let's have some images from Turku experiment, which was, as I said, completely different, huge open space with this shipyard heritage, strong support from the art directors, more with the digital technologies and also content concepts approach, making this video mapping presentations through 2 weeks time. You can see really a different kind of work. And the final day with presentation of video mapping, showing or showing how this building and what this building would say to you, would talk to you if they could speak. And they tell some of the past and the present. And actually this experiment was noticed by the city, and also the team of the university had strong dissemination activities. So also today we are looking forward of your follow-ups. There are the city has recognized the value of Varvintori as one of the highlight urban projects for the next years. There will be events all over 27, and also Varvintori will be on the agenda when you will celebrate your 800 years of anniversary of Turku. So the team was able to put Varvintori on the map of Turku city, just with, let's say, video mapping. Cellino was the third, Cellino in Murcii. As I said, also great team, different setting, different challenges, but the same kind of process, creative process. The Cellino part was really closely linked with the local craftsmen. So you can see that the young talents even work together with the artisans from the town to develop the visions of the furniture and equipment for the church to be turned into the community hub. The artistic team again did some great job, introduced different installations and furniture in the space to make it usable. And even I think the logo was developed as part of the project. And the site, Santo Spiriti Hub, is now open, and it also is full. The calendar, as we heard, is full for the whole October. So we are happy to see that the place is used by different groups. And Yash, the last experiment, we moved here, as I said, to one of the unused or spaces of the museum, of this palace. And the young artists here engaged with the local minorities, Armenian and others, Ukrainian, Roma, and this interaction has been also strong, looking for some sources of inspiration inside their ethnographical heritage. And the young talents and artists brought new contents and new colors and new installations in the site. And as you can see at the final event and also today, the space is completely different. And a really exciting exhibition called Social Machine, ideally linking this heritage with this minority topic into one story, which is now visited by schools and also is included in the regular guiding of the museum. And as Coralia says, you know, these carpets, the textiles, which were a bit questioned in the beginning, you know, are now the highlight of the museum for children. So yeah, the museum is now valuing this space completely different as it is before. So we learned a lot through this process, and here are some quotations of young talents. And as you can see, you know, each of them appreciates the competences, the experiences, and they value also the possibility that they could see their ideas realized. You know, it's not just that you would propose something without, you know, having the chance to implement. And of course, we see that Revive brought sort of not just for experiments, but we've also become sort of a community of solutions, community of practice, but also community of not young talents, but young professionals. And actually, we add value. We reached all the objectives, but we also add, you know, some other values which are very important. You can see how many side effects these projects raised. You know, we couldn't think of that when we were preparing the applications, and that is, I think, the best and the key value of the project. Of course, we learned that we have to, and it makes sense to involve the community. We also learned that it never hurts to look beyond the local, you know, fence, to look out of the box, to forget some familiar patterns which we are used to it, and the institutions are used to it. But yeah, we have stimulated really meaningful changes within the sites. You can see the changes of management, the changes of the locations. We also changed, or by us as a persons, I think, all of us as a new experience. And I see that this event, it's not the end, but it is the beginning of something bigger. And I'm really looking forward for the discussions to follow today, because this is the time when we have to think how to make the next steps. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. What does Inspired by the New European Bauhaus mean in practice? All 4 Revive experiments successfully integrated in the New European Bauhaus values: beautiful, sustainable, and together. In this session, the representative of each experiment dive deeper into the specific aspect of those values in their own unique context. Please, I would like to to gain up to the table, to Biol Ratach, Antia Lanco, Mila Jarvi-Petacha, Alessandro Perfetti, Graziano Di Crescenzo, and Coralia Costas. A great applause for them, please.
Hello, everybody. Great to be here. My name is Milla Järvipetäjä. I'm from Turku University Applied Sciences, and my colleague here is Antti Alanko. And we have a great pleasure to be here with you. Now we will present something about Turku experiment. It was located in Varvintori, as mentioned in Slavka's presentation. And the beauty is in the process approach was really very much present in our approach, what we did in Varvintori. And now Antti is behind me, and I will here.
Thank you. Always on the background. So we're going to walk around quickly through the experiment in Turku. The area in the Varvintori, this is about 100 years ago when they used to build ships there. So this is something that we wanted to revive to the people living in the area, because we didn't have an abandoned city or a building, but we have a place that has lost its kind of identity. And when we asked people what they thought about the Varvintori, they were almost asking like, what is even Varvintori? And it's kind of a boring place. So that's the most sort of obstruction in developing anything if people don't want it to change. So our goal was to improve the area, the image of the area. And we did sort of service design workshops, made some stories from the area to be shared with the young talents. And then on the revive process, we welcomed and shared the materials with the young talents on the online boot camps that are not so functional. They are not giving the emotional contact with the place, but immediately when we welcomed the young talents to Turku, things started to happen. So this is a really good place to give applause for the young talents. They are the reason why you can do something in 2 weeks. Us adults, the senior talents, we take 4 months even for planning a meeting. So the 2-week process started by arriving in the area, and then we contacted the local museum, visited the site, visited the people gathered around, and asked what people felt that was sort of good in the area or the current state, and what was the sort of hopes for the future. And we got the answers that it's an empty place, boring, lonely place. There's a hostile space, it's gray, and what people wanted the place to be was sort of a lively, green, happier, a circus stage, or some sort of activities. And these are the things that we tried to visualize with the video mapping. So then we built different things to project on the walls, explained our process in the meeting, and then we invited the people in the area to see how we saw the place and what it could be. So this was like an illusion of what the Varvintori could be like. And the museum boat Sigyn is also now under threat of being removed from the area. So we wanted to highlight the boat so it would stay there, because we are also losing the heritage just for the climate, because the ship can't handle the environment. And as in the revive process, the most important thing is this: we are learning and sharing, not just doing something and hiding it. So then we discussed what we made, and then we also shared the ideas with the city of Turku. And that's been one of the most inspiring meetings, when we have so many different sections of the city planning joining us and hearing our experiment, and we get to share this with them. So the identity of the place is the key for developing it to be a sustainable living space and inspire other people to develop the place and not just throw their trash in it. So beautiful, sustainable, and together was the key takes from our experiment.
And just a small thing to add, even though the young talents who are also here were in the key role when we were doing this experiment and sharing it, I would like to emphasize that the role of the stakeholders this together approach in European Bauhaus was very, very strong. We were able to engage our students who are studying in the fields of media or in the other parts of Arts Academy. And altogether, we had almost 300 students taking part in the experiment in its all phases. So we find that it was very, very good place to share the place and the questions about the identity of Parvintertori. Thank you.
Next, our friends from Italy.
No, the other one. I think that the other one slide. No, not this one. No. There is another one.
The slide that is the
From
same.
Graziano. This one. Mine is that this one.
This is yours.
Exactly.
Here. Here, this way.
I can move on with this one.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Also with this one. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you, UCAM, for organizing this really good place and to host us in this really inspiring event. I try to present in just a few minutes the focus on the experiment in Cellina Attanasio. We decided to focus our co-creative process of one of the principles of the new European Bauhaus initiative, which is the together principle. This principle aims at promote and enhance the inclusion and the connections between amongst the stakeholders of the community. We faced at the beginning of the experiment two main challenges: to ensure that the creative process and related outcomes are truly inclusive, not only inclusive, but truly inclusive. And the second one was to facilitate the interaction and the social integration with the local community. The experiment, as Zloka told us a few minutes ago, was to try to revitalize, to reopen to life almost unused former church in Cellina Attanasio, Santo Spirito. The church is located at the heart of the town, in the very center of the town. And the aim was to transform that space in a community-driven space, in a really community hub. In order to do this, we decided to involve from the beginning of the phase the local community, which is also the aspect of the community which we will exploit the site once they was revived. And the main actions that we decide to address in order to implement, in order to address in a proper way the Together European Bauhaus principle, were to ask the local community, to observe the local community, to engage, and also to meet before, during, and after the experiment. In order to perform this, the first action, we circulated 2 rounds of social surveys among the local community stakeholders in order to collect information on the needs, expectations, perspectives about the site, about the present stages of the site, but also about the future. Exactly. We interviewed almost 100 people in 2 rounds, 76 adults and also 24 children, which was very active in this process. The other action is to observe, just to have actual continuity of the experiment was essential for us to observe carefully how people relate to this space in order to try to learn in advance the future use of the space itself. The other, maybe the core of our action in order to decline to achieve, to address the together principle, was to engage a local team. As you can see, the local team included also representatives from the municipality, from local cultural associations, from volunteers of Cellini Attanasio, so with a very broad participation. Also stakeholders from public and private sector exactly were actively involved, but also children from local schools, and at least also the elderly residents. I try to speed up my presentation, but I think that this is the last slide. Yes, but we are also Glaziano to conclude the presentation for Cellini Attanasio. The last section was to meet continuously, regularly, small groups of local or young talent, for instance, met with artisans, associations, shopkeepers, residents, and so on. But also we performed other meetings with local communities and local stakeholders also after the process. Many of the words and ideas expressed by the people that we met were later integrated also in the communication materials and on the visual storytelling within the project. For me, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. And to go from okay. Thank you, Alessandro, because as you hear, Alessandro shared with us the I can say the numbers, the rational side of the experiment. I now in a couple of minutes I can say something different, maybe the other half of the story, the human one, maybe the one made by voices, you know. Okay, like that. Those voices first met during the online campus, in WhatsApp chat, in long video calls, maybe too long for someone. And as you can see from the faces, you know. And when we share the first ideas, sometimes small, sometimes ambitious, sometimes too ambitious. And, you know, with the shyness and the embarrassment that the screen and the distance can be, you know. But after that, finally we arrived in Cellini Attanasio, a small village in the heart of Italy, between the sea, the mountain. It's always the same description. But here everything became real, because walking through the narrow street,
touching the stones of the church, Santo Spirito, and talking and laughing, and everyone started to understand that the youngster can trust each other. So in this moment, ideas became real project. And so finally, they worked in a different group that constantly change even shape and the composition. So architect and artisan and historians and the sociologists and artists and video makers works all side by side together. But it wasn't confusion. It was dialogue. It was energy in motion. And then came the time to build with our hands, with wood, with hammers, with scissors, colors, and we create many things like furniture, like restoring all the furniture, restored all the pieces, reuse forgotten materials, and gave them new life. All the objects, new meanings, like that. Because the beauty of the future can rise from the remaining of the past. And in the meantime, the youngest member of the community have also arrived, the student from the local school that joined the project. Some guided us through the street of the village, showing the most authentic places, and the others made a small touristic guidebook, and some others created drawing that became part of the final exhibition. In their work, we saw the true meaning of Revive, maybe. Take care of your home so you don't have to leave it. And finally, the opening of Santo Spirito Hub. After so much work, the doors opened again, light entered, and with it, the people. Each young talent shared their work, the vision, and the gift to the community. And together, we watched a place come back to life. Since that day, the church has kept listening to voices of children, voices of artists, and the voices of very expert and famous people or ordinary people that want to simply share their passion. In Cellino Attanasio, we build something rare, not only beauty, but trust. Trust in people, in kindness, in working together. Maybe that's the spirit of New European Bauhaus, where creativity becomes care and design becomes dialogue. In the end, maybe we build more than a cultural hub. Maybe we build hope for the future. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Okay. So, hello everyone. Thank you for welcoming us here in this very nice place. Very nice hosts and very nice project partners. And it has been an honor for us to be partner with most of almost more or less in the same structure. It's the third project that we are partnering, and it's our great honor to contribute to its its success, we hope. So I will start by saying a few words about the place where we have been implementing the experiment of Iași. It is the Palace of Culture that you see. Sorry. Okay, so it's the Palace of Culture, which was inaugurated 100 years ago. We actually celebrate this very month of October, the centennial of the inauguration of the palace, a palace which was first Palace of Justice and Administration, and which was given to the museums in 1955. And since then, we have been hosting in only one building 4 museums and 1 cultural conservation center. This is the aerial view of the building, and this is the image of the underground levels, which have been unused until the end of the experiment of Iași. They have been unused because they have been covered with mold. The building has been subject to restoration, to general restoration process between 2008 to 2016. But it was not possible during that project to, let's say, to not necessarily to remove, but to keep away the underground waters coming from the hills surrounding the central of the city. So we have still quite serious problems with let's say, the very high underground levels. And because of this, we have had initially this type of molds on the wall. And we have managed to remove this type of walls because we have been, prior to the experiment, we have been doing serious restoration, removing all the lime wash from the wall and applying new lime wash. I don't know if I put here, no, I have not put, but I have for the final report of the project also images for the from this phase of restoring the walls. I have to say that even our colleagues inside the palace have been very skeptical, let's say. They were saying, no, it's not possible to get rid of the mold on those walls ever. But apparently, the works that we have done are very, very good and very stable. We have also inserted in the place, we have humidity control devices, and which collect the excessive water, and periodically it is taken out so that the atmosphere, the microclimate is the one that is supposed to be in a museum space. Here are some of the, let's say, images of our team before the experiment took place. We have had 4 art directors because it's a space which requires, and the topics that we have selected, and I liked a lot the image that Slavka has overlapped the one of the social machine over the, so it's somehow very suggestive for the intersection of the different fields and of the different sectors of work and the axes of work that we have done. And yes, the concept was initially to valorize this industrial heritage that has been preserved at the underground levels of the palace, which no one, or almost no one, knew of. We have also done some surveys with our end users, beneficiaries after the experiment, and we have asked, did you know that there is an underground level? Did you know that the palace had a power plant? No, nobody knew. 2 minutes, okay. So yes, this is the this is just a view of the ethnical distribution of the groups, and again we have, as in the other cases, we have done some division of the work online thanks to the contribution of Marina, and these are just a print screen from the Miro boards, and yes, and these are images from the, yes, I'm now passing very very quickly from the experiment that we had. We have to say that in our case, being a large city, the challenge was to connect with the communities, because it's a much more eclectic community, with a lot of ethnic groups, but which are somehow very, not necessarily very close, but they operate within their own, yes, established, yes. And we have to tell that we have received a very good opening from the Roma community. We have had this very good collaboration with the Pro-Roma Association, and they have showed us that they have just opened their hearts to us, and they are really great. These are images from the process, with the TV, with the shopping, with all the the delays that we have had in the implementation because of providers, and visits to the communities, to the Ukrainian communities, the Armenians, and from the work phases. And yes, these are the installations, the power plant, the boilers, which were revived by inserting inside them some photographs and videos, reviving because of the need, if you want, to bring to life some heritage which otherwise would not be so expressive at all, and maybe, let's say, not so meaningful for the nowadays communities. And these are images from the final event. And yes, as Slavka was mentioning, indeed in our, let's say, exploitation phase after the event finalized, we have, here are some, it's a group of adult learners that are following the event, and the kids who are really enjoying the textile installation called The Heart. It's their favorite place, because they have the place to even to hide and seek. And what we have done, I have not included here the photo, I actually forgot to do so. We actually placed a panel inside the main hallway of the building, also advertising the fact that, telling which are the museums that can be visited, but also the fact that they can visit the machine, the hall of the machines. And this way, it's a constant, let's say, dissemination, if you want, a constant way of announcing that this space is available for them, if they don't know it. So thank you, and I hope that I managed the time.
Thank you so much, everybody, all this beautiful presentation, and we are very pleased, and we're kind to take a presence of Mariana Grachman. Thank you so much. One applause, please. One applause.
Hello from my side as well. I'm Mariana Grachman. I work as a travel journalist at the Slovenian National Television, and I'm here to promote the Revive project to the wider public. I think that also cultural heritage is, after all, one of the most important part of tourism. We already met the people who made all this project, this experiment happen, the coordinators, creators, and art directors, and of course, especially young professionals. Please give them a big round of applause. You have truly given a big gift, a hope, as the colleague from Italy said. You give the hope and gift to the local community. So big round of applause for all of you. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite to the stage Vitra Tajc, architect, who together with Andrea Rauch led a project in municipality Tržič. This is a small Alpine town in the north part of Slovenia, bordering with the Republic of Austria. Vit, you worked on the renovation of the abandoned museum garden in the historical part of Tržič. Share with us Was it hard work? How satisfied are you with the results at the moment?
Okay. Well, thank you for having me here. First of all, before I answer to your question, I would like to thank to both our directors who co-lead that project in Tržič, to Andrea Rauch, who led the artistic and social sciences team, and the Murcii Juliana, who is unfortunately not here today, and her contribution to the project was really, really
and to all
big.
young professionals.
And of course, to all young professionals, we had a really great team. And you asked me about how hard it was. It was more or less, it was a pleasure to do this project. For myself, I had an opportunity to remember how is for 2 weeks, unfortunately, to remember how is to be a student or a young professional. This didn't last, unfortunately, but so it is. The work was quite challenging. It started with the preparation phase, which was challenging in the way that we had quite a short time to prepare. Maybe it wasn't just the time, maybe it was also the greater challenge that the young talents couldn't see for themselves the site in person, and that they had to prepare something in advance without actually knowing the site in person. They just had to do something over the internet based on the photos and so on.
In the beginning, what was the spirit during the local community?
Well, in the local community, we were quite afraid to evoke any spirit out of this project. But during the work, we were quite satisfied with the response of the local community to the work that social team has done in the streets.
What was the biggest fear among these local people, among local community?
Well, I couldn't say that there was any fear. It was just inactivity. This was something that we detected, and the young talents have addressed this very well.
How this project, does it have any impact on your municipality?
Yes, you mean in the social community, yes, or the municipality?
In municipality.
Municipality is working on this project and it tries to develop it. Andrea is leading this, and as it was already mentioned, 2 projects are taking place, and probably she will tell a little more afterwards. What we learned just recently is that this project, also in this stage when it is, let's say, left as it was, and wasn't developed at this point any further, just the fact that there was something done had a really good impact to the local community, and this is one of the let's say, in my opinion, greatest achievements of this project. I remember what Jana said first time when she contributed to the video conference. And there was a big problem for the museum, because people were coming there into the garden over the night and then left the bottles and so on there. And Jana asked, "Did you put any trash cans there? Maybe it's just the trash cans." And now, after all this time, we learned that actually that was the point. not the trash can, but that you do something with the place, that you show that you try to arrange something to take care of your property, and the people understood that. And now, where is no fence, which was before, there is no fence anymore, and there is also no pollution, no bottles, and so on. So this is something which is, I would say, so revived. So it's something which we learned that only with taking care of the place, you can achieve great results.
You worked with a group of 16 young people, including architects, artists, sculptors. Each of them are very different professions, characters, profiles. Share with us what have these different job profiles brought to your place in Tržič?
First of all, during the experiment, there was a really good interaction with the local community. They were very successful in this respect.
This is maybe one of the most important part of this project, right?
Yes.
The strong connection with local community.
Yes, and this was also the greatest fear. Will the local community react or not? But now when we see that some events are happening in this place, we see that the people are taking this place as theirs, and that this process is developing. So the results are still coming. Before we managed to really upgrade the arrangement of the garden. So this is something I think very important here. Maybe I can also tell you about the challenge between this social sciences and artistic part of the team and architects. We had that kind of all those professionals in the team, which in theory it is a great opportunity that you have a lot of these different views in the project, and in the process. We realized that it was quite challenging to learn for the young talents to find their place in the project and how to combine this all together. And at the end of the day, they also managed to do that and combine both approaches and both artistic works and architectural works into one let's say, piece of art or general arrangement, which shows how the garden could be arranged and what could be happening inside the garden.
One of the gifts that these young professionals gave to the local community was also doc movies you can watch on YouTube as soon as possible. So this is also one of the results of this project, of this strong collaboration with local community, right?
Yeah, they were. This is quite a nice movie, and it was also totally unexpected, and also the locals contributed very well here. So yeah.
So Vít, what's next? Can we hope for a revive? Number two? Well, I mean, I'm quite sure there's many places in Slovenia, in Romania, in Italy, in Finland, where this kind of experiment could happen.
I would certainly love to see that. First of all, I think we have to take care of those places which we have already started to work on, but also it would be really nice to combine and to use this community which emerged to develop another project or projects on in this level, or upgrade it to another level. So yeah, I think the opportunity is here, and it's up to us to do something about that.
Super. Vít, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before the coffee break, we have the very, very pleased to take with the presence of the Enrique Mínguez by UCAM team. Thank you so much. Please. Great applause for him.
Good morning, and thank you so much to the Revive Project, to organization, to invite me to allow me to present the the Revive Handbook. Okay. Now we have the opportunity. This is the manual, the book, that a practical guide to revitalizing Story Town. In this book, this catalog, we can how to co-create sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful living spaces inspired by the new European Bauhaus. The concept of Revive Project are based on revitalize historical towns and sites, protect cultural heritage, and contribute innovative, sustainable, and inclusive solutions based in concept of the new European Bauhaus and inspired in cultural heritage. In this image, we can see a zero-emission building. This building, and it is inspired in the new European Bauhaus and also in the traditional civil architecture. And also we can see a special roof is made solar panels. They can say will provide shade for a plaza or for a garden, also for the building itself. And they have applied local material like limestone, wood, and also ceramic. Without a doubt, one of the main elements we have in this fantastic project has been the young talent. So congratulations for all the young talent. We have many here. Also the art director, I can see here one of them, because the highlight that we could put in value of the young talent has been creativity, the sustainable solution employed, and also their brilliant design. About the art director, they have been guiding young talent in materializing concept developed, ensure compliance with specified requirement, with activity of co-creation, and also with action plan to implement project. In this image, we can see some of them in reset, young talent, and also art director. So, the Revive Handbook. This is a guide based in the Revive methodology and the Revive project. The result and lesson learned in this experiment that we have carried out are Slaska have showed us. In Triset, we have the Revive the heritage through living public spaces. Turku recover the heritage with digital technology, also with video mapping. And Celino revive the heritage through art and craft. And also in Jazz, revive the heritage through intercultural dialogue. With everything, we have enhanced the value of more livable public spaces, revitalizing building in story site, and protecting cultural heritage. So the beneficiary of this book are educational centers, universities, institutions, local authorities, town councils, other stakeholders, everyone who wish to replace the revive concept in the revitalization processes of historic centers. The references of the revive handbook should be very important. The new European Bauhaus in the 3 values everybody knows: sustainable, beautiful, together. Of course, everybody we have been working with the images we have on the right in the field of architecture, painting, ceramic, and also art and craft. In this graphic, we can see on the left the principle of the new European Bauhaus. We have some point like sustainability in historical context, beauty between old and new, social inclusion, heritage as a common good, bioclimatic urban regeneration, climate neutrality and heritage. And also we have some indicator like we have put in value like respectful rehabilitation, local craft, local material, greening city, and so on. And of course, we have been many images about this experiment where we have put in value some of these ideas. Of course, the other reference has been the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Urban Agenda in the principal topic like climate change, poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, or overall creating more liberal public spaces and protecting cultural heritage. With this matrix, this is we call a complex matrix, where we have related the in the strategies of the Sustainable Development Goals with the strategies of New European Bauhaus. If you can see, we have together with each experiment. So it's so graphic because you can see how many actions you can put in value in each experiment with all these references. So it is very important to have this image in the memory. It's very important. Oh, that is, we can find this in the chapter 3. Now we are going to the chapter 4. We can to know in this document the process. The process, we have 2 columns, the preparatory phase and experimental phase we have seen before. And step by step, it's very important. Before the experiment, observation and training phase, to conduct a comprehensive diagnosis about environmental condition, architecture analysis, references about this, SWOT analysis, conduct stakeholder mapping, resident surveys, interviews, and organize bootcamp and online seminars, initial information session, workshop using collaborated digital platform. Also, during the experiment, that means the implementation phase, to apply ideas presented. That's where you have to put in value. So follow safety and logistic guidelines, and of course, local material, daily team communication and coordination, and ongoing documentation about audiovisual and photography. And after the experiment, the evaluation and dissemination phase. Use evaluation frameworks like surveys, participatory monitoring, quantity and qualitative indicators. To hold collective reflection session, share results, social media, press, local event, and report, and publish methodological guides. Now, in the chapter 5, we can find recommendations for future intervention. So we have seen the important thing is the selection of the site. It's very important. That is the first step we have to do. Of course, we have to form a team composition, multidisciplinary, please, and with capacity development. This is very important. We have our director, young talent. They are the seek of this project, of course. And community participation with the stakeholder, local stakeholder. we say that people who knows better his play, they are the neighbor of that play. So we had to ask them what they need. So it is very important to know its opinion. In that way, we had two big references, the new European Bauhaus and also Sustainable Development Goals. In this chapter number 5, we can find how to avoid mistake. Community involvement, offer online and in-person flexible alternative. It is very important. It is alive. We have to change. Today we are changing everything. We need this. Team management, multidisciplinary and international mix. It's great. We need it. Technical aspect, avoid demanding project or extend the planning phase depending on the design and the implementation level. That's true. We need to change to adapt. And sustainability, develop a maintenance plan in the pre-planning phase. That depends on the phase, diagnosis, participation, design, implementation, evaluation. So we have work tools. In this project, that being Miro board, SWOT template, Revive online platform, community facilitation workshop kit, digital library, software for 3D modeling, step-by-step manuals, monitoring indicator, and report template. Useful resources, a detailed timetable. We had different phases, phase 1, 2, and 3, and we have preparation, implementation, and also consolidation. And the strategy selection, a catalog organized by typology, public space, industrial heritage, history building, and that is new, and urban space planning, maybe for the Revised Plus. We will see. Training online courses, webinar with expert boot camps, living lab, hackathons, international case study. And for finish, the conclusion, the Revised Handbook is a tool for replication and reference for future projects to revitalize historic sites and buildings. Reimagine heritage as a living, sustainable resource. The proposed solutions offer a replicable model for other historic cities, seeking to revitalize their heritage through innovative and social approaches. So, heritage is not just a matter of the past, it's a platform for the future. The Revised Handbook offers a real focus on connecting people with place, developing and empowering young talent, activating heritage through new European Bauhaus values, sustainability, beauty, and social inclusion. Of course, imagine a better world for everyone. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, this is the first part. Now we are going to a coffee break. It is in the cloister. Remember that there is another event. Don't confuse. Of course, you can go to take a coffee, another event. But later, we are on the left of the cloister. Okay, we have half an hour. We have to come back half an hour. And there is a performance in the courtyard. Okay, we will see half an hour here. Please. Okay. Please. Please. If you don't mind, can we sit down, please? We are going to start again. Please. My lovely young talent, please, and my student, please. Thank you, thank you. So kind. Okay, we continue with the conference. Now, we are going to present our guest architect. It's called Jose Maria Ezquiaga, has a PhD in architecture, a degree in sociology and political science. He has won numerous awards since 1986 with the Urbanism Award granted by the Official Institute of Architects in Madrid, up to the award for contribution to the development of urban planning in Spain in 2024. Tenured professor in the Urbanism Department at the Higher Technical School of Architecture of Madrid since 1995. Guest lecturer in more than 30 universities. Much more. Dean of the Madrid Official College of Architects, 2015 until 2019. General Director of Urbanism for the Madrid region, 1988-1991. At present, he is founder and principal at Ezquiaga Architecture Society and Territory. He has developed numerous regional plans and also social housing projects. President of the Spanish Urban Planners Association since 2088. Member of the Urban Planning Advisory Council for the drafting of the new Urban Plan of Madrid 2024. Member of the Urban Planning Advisory Council of the Mayor's Office of Valencia 2024. Member of the group of independent experts to prepare the Spanish Urban Agenda 2018. Director of the journal Ciudad and Territorio 2025. We are very pleased to have here with our friend Jose Maria Ezquiaga. Applause.
Sí. Thank you very much, Enrique. Sorry. First of all, it's my pleasure, it's an honor to be here and to share the stage with the main character in this network, in this very interesting projects. It's very interesting because perhaps the first slide I will present is about strategy and tactical approaches from the projects very close to your approach or your think. Well, first of all, it's necessary to apologize my poorly edited English, but I have a lot of the slides. So the young people be happy because we can follow and learn the conference through the selection of images. And overall, because urban planning and urbanism are part of the material world, are not built by the words, always are built by things, but finally we are part of the built environment, material world, reality. We are in the field of the reality, not only in the field of the ideas, of the field of the principles. Well, understand. Strategic vision, tactical action. I am going to present a big project in the field, in the realm of the strategic vision, but who is the father, who is the start of many tactical and small scale projects in the case of Madrid. ¿No funciona? Sí, vamos a ver, lo ponemos así. ¿Sí? Mejor. ¿Mejor? Sí.
Sí, mejor, sí.
Sí.
Mejor así.
I am. O aquí, así. Aquí arriba. Sí. No, bueno, no lo pongo, me acerco. I try to be closer to the microphone. Well, I am overscale relation with the stage. I am going to present through these many images the Madrid Proyecto Madrid Centro, a strategic project for the city center of Madrid, which is the start of many small-scale and intermediate-scale projects in different ways, in different themes, from social intervention through improvement of the open spaces, greening the city, and so on. Look, this image, I love this image very much. The Frederick Price, the architect, the British architect in the 80s and 90s, about the complexity. The complexity of the current city is so big, is so wide, that we need to combine both approaches. We need a strategic vision, but we also need tactical action. We need to make things. I love also to make things with our own hands, as you made in your projects, in your pilot projects in the different cities. Why? Because conventional planning, the standard planning, in the most of the spatial planning, in the most of the European countries, and overall in Latin America and North America, oriented to land use regulation is not enough to approach, to grasp new challenges in many fields. For instance, considering health, considering gender, considering climate emergency, considering in our field, considering restoring entire historic centers or urban landscapes, historic urban landscapes. My case study project is Madrid. Inside Madrid, not the whole Madrid, not the standard metropolitan area, not the city, but overall the whole center of Madrid. Made is considered the traditional city, made in different steps from the Middle Age until the 19th century on the first half of the 20th century. Some key considerations: the whole of the city is about 3 million nowadays and growing because of the migration. But the city center is only about 1 million. What is the size of the city center? This is called in Madrid, is called in the Slack almond, central almond, because the shape of this city center is more or less like an almond, surrounded by the motorways, the orbital motorways called M30. Well, we have more or less the size of Manhattan, greater than Paris, for instance, the city of Paris, but smaller than Buenos Aires, the city of Buenos Aires. This is the area and the main projects I'm going to show you. Some images about the story, the making of Madrid. No? Is a city, as many others, very close to the geographical space in which is inserted. In this case, was a river, was a cattle, was a hill, and in the Middle Age, under 800 years. The center of Spain was a war territory in hands of the Christian kingdoms and in other hand the Muslim kingdoms. And the most of the cities have a defensive origin, like Madrid, for instance. The rest controlling the river, controlling from the hill. This is the Madrid, the court of the Catholic kings, like the University of Spain. This is in the 16th century, more or less, and this is the shape, the original shape of Madrid, the river, the hill, the original castle finally transformed into a royal palace, and now is the royal palace of Madrid. Was fired many times, but finally, in the 18th century, finally was reconstructed, and this is the current royal palace of Madrid. So the city is dense. The foundational place was over there, close to the river. And in the beginning of the 16th century and 17th century was created another palace. Was the golden years of the Spanish kingdom, in which the possessions, the colonial possession in America, Asia, and Africa were extraordinary, enormous, huge, were united the kingdom of Portugal and the kingdom of Castilla. The whole peninsula was the same kingdom during a very short period of time, and was created another palace. And this is one of the reasons of the control and over dense shape of the city center of Madrid, because was surrounded not by walls, but by a fence, a real fence, a fiscal fence. Inside you pay taxes, outside you are not able to build, but is free of taxes. The city was compressed in between these both castles and finally royal palaces. Some of them, when I say density, I know what I mean. This is extraordinary dense. About 7 or 6 square meters by a square meter in the city center. And look, and this is one of the problems in the conservation of the city center. There is not free spaces, there is not squares or parks at all, like in Paris and many others. Sometimes inside the quarters, the blocks, but usually when we're like in this building, but we're monasteries. But overall was overbuilt in the 19th century. When we see these maps, we can guess inside many of these quarters, we say manzanas. Manzanas after Cerdá, Ildefonso Cerdá is one of these universal Spanish words, no? Like pronunciamiento, and many others. In this case, the city was a green city, but the green was inside the blocks, not outside, it was inside, many times inside the block. The square, the Plaza Mayor, the main square of the city, and Puerta del Sol, both were ancient doors of the limits of the city, becoming markets and then becoming free spaces, and now both are the main places in the city. Next step, the extension of the city in the 19th century with a grid, a very regular grid, in the same sense of Barcelona. It's very famous, the ensanche, the enlargement of the city in Barcelona over the land in between the two rivers, Besòs, Llobregat. And in the case of Madrid, also Cerdá was consultant in the municipality, was in both cases were projects of the government of Spain, not the city, but the government in both cases. What is interesting? Look, during the times of the empire overall in America, Spaniards were founders of many towns and finally cities and were regulars, were grid cities, were foundation cities. But in the metropolis, in the capital of the empire, the grid was at all regular, was informal, was Muslim in many times. No? The building of the ensanche was very slow along that time. It was created in the middle of the 19th century, and in the middle of the 20th century, in 1931, this was the first flight over Madrid, and the ensanche was constructed, was built through fragments. It was very interesting because one can imagine, oh, this is a way to construct the city in a very short time and with a very regular typology of building construction, but it's not true. Really was constructed, and over density is becoming. Finally, the ensanche is also over dense, like the city center. Why? I always explain to my students with a very, they introduce in the regulation of the ensanche of the new extension a very short sentence. The regulation of the city center may be the same, may be applied in the new extension of the city. And this was the final opportunity to create inside this kind of typology with the empty common space in the city, in the center of each, like in the case of the both cases suffer the same problem, where play in this new extension of the city, no new regulation, no new standards, no new advance in health and social integration, but the same statutory rules used to be in the city center. And finally, the last enlargement of the almond, the central almond, was just in the last century, in the 20s. In the 20s, just in the times of the modern movement in the Central Europe, and two architects was very interesting. Was a case of international cooperations. Hermann Janssen from Germany and Secundino Zuazo from Spain created a new way to approach to the urban planning. It's not time to create grids, regular grids, with a potential infinite extension. Was a time of ideas. The city needs one idea. What was the strong item they found at that time? To follow the Paseo de la Castellana and direction north and create a great like Paris in the Champs-Élysées, for instance, or Berlin, Avenida Bismarck Avenue, or many other cities. This was created in the 50s. Was designed in the 20s, like at the end of the 20s, during the before the Spanish Republic, and was built after the war in the 50s, and now is the city center. And now it's impossible to understand Madrid without this street. This is an idea who lives in the minds of each Madrilenian, because we know where is the north, like the ancient Romans. We know where And surrounding this almond, we have an M30 with an orbital. And finally, you see the comparison between the 40s and now, the number of inhabitants occupying a very less ground at that time was 1 million. And now is 1 million. Why? What happens? The difference is the jobs. 1 million, but another 1 million of jobs is located inside the city. This was a problem of traffic congestion, but it's in some way, from our current point of view, very interesting because this is a mixed-use city. We have jobs, we have people living. It's not empty. It's not the city of London, of course. The problems of the sharing the same space are hard, but are possible to solve. And some of the ideas of this project Madrid Center is about how to solve this problem without not losing jobs, housing, people living, and also institutions. What happens after that time? The explosion of the city, the explosion, the dissemination, the sprawl, whatever you want to say. From the 50s nowadays, a very, very, very large structure, network of motorways has made possible create a great extension of surrounding suburbs. In the beginning of in the last century, suburb in Spanish, suburbio, was a bad word. The worst part of the city. It was not the American idea of the suburb like that, like an Arcadia. No? At that time, was the suburb was the periphery, what is the synonymous of periphery. No? The first idea of to live in the green area, to live in garden cities, began in the last century, at the beginning of in the 20s, in the same time of the big project of the Castellana. No? But Madrid, the immediate surroundings outside the ring road were that. This may be our grandfathers, and this is the reality of the promise of the green city of the modern movement. Was the brown city surrounding the, in this case, oversized and without with the problems we try to solve at that moment. The promise of the structure of the public space, the structure of the best distribution of the density, and so. This was the Spanish of the. This is not so long. This Spanish in the 70s. This is in the 70s, the early 70s, before the political transition of the country, and you can think in how have changed this country. No, but many of your countries, I was amazing when I was the last time in Slovenia, in Croatia, and the Central Europe. No, there's really the transformation is probably greater than the experience of the Spanish, but this was after these 60s and 70s. We had the explosion of the surroundings, the low density garden city for the upper middle class and upper class, and the blocks, these sort of blocks for the middle and lower middle class. And we have Madrid in two speeds, north, rich, south, poor. In this case, it's just the opposite of Paris or Barcelona. But many cities in the world have a north, rich, and south, poor. I don't know exactly why, because probably it's more relevant the geography. But this is the current Madrid and this century. Big machines in the periphery connected by motorways. This is the headquarters of Telefónica, now the Movistar. Movistar is very famous in America Latina because it's one of the most important companies in telephony mobiles. Or Herzog de Meuron in Madrid, the new offices, a new concept of offices, but always in the same great corridors with motorways and a new world of iconic buildings like this. La sede is the headquarters of the BA, Banco Bilbao Vizcaya. No? It's a bank, a very, very important bank. And now the project of Madrid. The methodology, many of this is maybe bored for the students, but perhaps interesting for the professors. It's very standard. We start with diagnosis, not in any field, but overall focus our attention in economy, society, housing in particular, and of course, culture, infrastructure, and so. But what's very important, consider culture from the very first moment like a key issue for analysis, but also as a key trigger or a key way to foster the develop a new way of develop the city center. Objectives, way to implement these objectives through strategies, and finally a lot of actions. Many of these actions are close to the idea of tactical urbanism, but always inside the cover, the umbrella of the strategic approach. The diagnosis, I must mention the objectives. Is interesting. The objective. This is a urban planning project, but the objectives look: new city set culture, a new identity of the people, a greater social cohesion, and this was important when this project was made some years ago, but now is critical because now Spain is overall is growing in population, but the native population is decreasing. Are the contribution of foreign people who is making this increasing of the population at that moment in a way of about about 500,000 people a year. We never grew at that quantity, that amount never in this century. Probably not always. Why? But it's large to explain, perhaps in some dialogue after the lecture. Overall, is the result of the decreasing, the dramatical decreasing of the fertility of the rates of fertility and the size of the hogares, the homes, from the 75 in the last century until now. We have in our pyramid of population a great hole just in the part of the population able to get a job or to create a family. What means a new city culture is we are concerned about the idea of to connect like quality of life and in an environment of great complexity, improving the idea and the concept of the public. In our country is very, very important, the idea of the public. We have one of the better national health services in Europe, probably, if not the best, with any problems, if not the best. Perhaps in the world, only Canada have a best. And the result is clear. We have one of the most standard number of the rate of the esperanza de vida. Someone can help me? Esperanza de vida, expectation of life expectation. I always say hope of life, but it's not. It's expectation. The technical, yes, the technical expression is expectation of life. After Japan, and then Spain. Why? Our way of life, our love for the public space, the importance of the family, and many other issues. But overall, perhaps the first one is the standard of the national health services in Spain. This is one of our main prouds. No? It's very expensive, in the other hand, very, very expensive, but it's great in this sense. Why we try to also accomplish these approaches to emphasize the idea of how to improve our way of life in order to improve also the health. Nowadays, the main menaces for our health are not like the COVID, are not infections, are illness connected with lifestyles. Overall, sedentarism, food, and so on. Well, new identity, mosaic, the idea of Madrid as mosaic, the social cohesion, transform this diversity into an asset, not only a problem, but an asset. Taking off. This is one of the strongest qualities of the city of Madrid. It's an open city, and it's the integration. Until now, we have no problems of this connected with integration. This may be the metaphor on what I'm trying to say. This is the schoolyard in the periphery of Madrid, in the poorest periphery of Madrid, in Villaverde. These people are celebrating the Virgin, the holiday of the Virgin del Quince. Quince is in Ecuador, and in Ecuador is very, very important. And I love this picture because this is a playground. See the baskets and so into a public school, transformed into public space, and finally as a trigger of cohesion, because it's the people, in this case, these Ecuadorian people, who in reality create and made a public space. Public space, I try to say my students, is not, the dimension is very important. It was very narrow, or was not able to live in, is not don't serve. But in some conditions, is really the use of the open space, the public space, to really create strategies. I try to explain the most important: a new urbanism. What kind of urbanism? A future challenges from a new urbanism based in the recycling and transformation of the city. In the periphery, it's not possible. In the case of Madrid, but in the city center, it's not only possible, it's the only way to improve their city. In this case, it's the end of this expansive urbanism. It's not necessary to overdense a city, because we have, in Madrid, we have the 15-minute city. daily life. It's not a goal. It's a reality. The city center, that's economic answer. The new planning is create and rethink the city center through public space. And one of the ideas was to rethink the city in a new urban cell. Remember, the professors perhaps are thinking in the neighborhood units in the 30s of the last century. And now we have lost this idea of a city thought and created and designed from the point of view of the citizen, of the people in distances able to be walk. The neighborhood unit was defined as the greater distances that a kid can make and without his parents or her parents, safe. And the clay word is safe. In the 30s, they were thinking in the quality of the pavement, cars, but now the idea of safe is terrible for many fathers. In the picture you see before, the most relevant is how these small kids were able to go alone with 6-7 years alone to the school from their homes. But yes, in the 50s, in the 60s, and the 70s in Madrid, there was not pavement on the streets, but the children were safe. And we have, you see, the streets are divided in two colors. This means that the most of the city is the streets of the city may be for residents, not open to the transit, to the open transit, and the white ones concentrated nowadays concentrated the most of the traffic and the traffic through in the city of Madrid. In a number, in a super block of a city center of the extension of Madrid, a city compound by 12 blocks, 60% of the public space is asphalt, a space for cars. If we were able to divide the traffic in traffic surrounding traffic through only in the perimeter of this super quarter, and traffic, not pedestrian streets, but traffic for residents, only the residents, park and transit, the result is just the opposite. 73% of the public space may be walkable in a sense, and only a third is for asphalt and for transit. And look, the standard of the in Madrid nowadays, in the city center, we have not the 15 minutes. We have the 5 minutes city. From the center of this super block, we have 6 minutes of the main metro underground stations, and also surrounded the traffic. This is the idea. Also, it's possible to increase the number of trees. And this was one of the tactical projects we were developed through that. Also, the idea of the urban cell can combine to keep overall facilities, equipment, retail inside the blocks. New mobility. Madrid has a great branches structure based in a very dense grid of the underground, but is needed to increase and a space and rethink the space to share the space of the car with new ways of transit. Bicycle. Now this is an enormous success in the most of the Spanish cities and at that moment. And this maybe in the field of the tactical projects, this is the Gran Via, one of the most important streets in the city center. Finally, was reduce the realm of the cars, created lanes for public transport and cycles, and overall widen the space for the pedestrians, for the people. This is the same before. And it's not a radical project because this street is impossible to become pedestrian, only pedestrian, because we need public transport. Public is also not only the buses, are taxis and many others, and it's agreed. Many people is still living in the surrounding. It's not possible to cut radically. Another project you can visit is the very close to this Gran Via. This is the Plaza de España. In this case, many of the main streets oriented to the private transit, public cars, finally became underground and was enlarged the space for connected the gardens of this is the Royal Palace. This is over there. Created the gardens of the Royal Palace with both squares. And this one, this was realized and was completely finished, and is a success in the use of the people. No, these one images of, but I must change these renders with photos of the reality before and after. This is not completely exactly because finally no was surrounded underground to all the transit. And this is a photograph of the new square. Finally, another project interesting is naturalization, the urban landscape, the greening of the city. And the main problem is the river. It's a great, how minutes I have? 5 minutes. Well, in this case, the idea is create a green corridor through the river and create fingers, green fingers from the river inside the city, taking advantages of the small squares and connected. This is a work of like Jaime Lerner say, acupuntura, urban acupuncture, creating these corridors and overall this big project. Remember, the river was just the founding place of the city. Nowadays, is this the profile of the city from the greening area. This green area is from this point more or less the Casa de Campo, and taking advantage of this big project, this motorway along the river, like in Paris and many other, like in Rome and Paris, but very worse in the case of Madrid because it was horrible, terrible, ugly. The idea of the beauty of in this case was completely disappear, and this was the images of the river of Madrid. The project take advantage of the idea of the big project, very, very, very expensive to create a tunnel for the motorway, and this is just the same photograph before and after. And nowadays have disappeared this stadium of the Atlético de Madrid. And founded on this green corridor, we have creating new green corridors connecting the main parks in the city. Some of them very famous in the city center, like Parque del Retiro, and other green areas where in periphery is a way to put in use this under consider. Finally, I have no time to try to explain the rehabilitation and recycling. In talking about city center is impossible. Don't think in interventions to improve the quality of the housing in this different part of the city, the historic center, ensanche, and the perimeter areas. But finally, what about culture? Culture as a potential economic trigger for the city of Madrid. Cultural promotion like an industry, not only as a way of cohesion. We prefer to have not only museums, but factories in which people create art and culture that chimneys. In the case of Madrid, the plan consider the location of the main activities, cultural activities in the city, and create some corridors to improve the visibility of this. The most important was the Paseo del Prado, that finally became a patrimonial heritage, world heritage by UNESCO some years ago, very, very recent. Some considerations about the idea of the historic urban landscape. This is the first time, look, the origins of this paseo, this boulevard, inspired in some of the areas of concentration museum, Washington, Berlin, or Paris. Is the greater concentration of museums of the world, not the Europe of the world, in this area. Museo del Prado, with the extension, Reina Sofia, the modern art, the Guernica, and some projects in this sense. Álvaro Siza, the Pritzker Award architect, made a project to improve the realm of the pedestrian areas in this Paseo del Prado, creating nowadays don't complete it. Some of the was transformed, and finally the paseo, no, the walk of the art, and consider the statutory art and the emerging art. Many other places surrounding the statutory art are the new factories for culture. Sometimes in very design places, and other cases in recycling abandoned architecture, like Matadero. Finally, an old factory, a slaughter area, transformed in the most interesting culture area nowadays in Madrid. Well, I have finished. The idea is there is a connection within to think big, but finally to act small and finally realize to be able to see the potential of these projects. Is the only way to engage the people to the urban planning and urbanism to realize the results, to realize the improvement in their own lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for being patient. This is a long day, a long morning for everybody, and we are three more commitment, and now we are really very satisfied that we are here round table with young talents and art directors, personal experiences, and the impact of the experiments. Please participant, young talent, Maja Stilina Hanonen from Finland, Ella Leko from Croatia, Federica Di Giambattista from Italy, Radu Nanescu, Romania, Anton Jacob Bonca from Slovenia, Victor Perez Sanchez from Spain. Participating art director, Antti Alanko, Graciano Di Criscenco, Lacramio Stratulat, Andrea Raut from Slovenia. A great applause for all this kind of staff of participants in the Revive project. I would like to thanks because we're gonna be moderated by Marina Batinic from Croatia. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you so much.
Can everyone fit here?
We have a different screen.
You have a presentation?
No.
No presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But can we have the Revive logo or something behind
exactly.
it?
How do we?
Is that the final con? Eikö tässä Itaka? Is there the Slavka's presentation that has this?
Maybe this is no, but we say.
Does it have like any sort of?
Hey,
No idea.
It's fine. Yeah. Do we have just a logo that we can project? No. Yeah, it's okay. Sebastian, do we have just a Revive logo that we can project?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Marina. I'm from Culture Hub Croatia, one of the partners of the project. And I'm so happy today to be here for this final conference that is kind of a moment to wrap up these experiences that we had. And also with this round table, which is maybe not round, but it's long, it's okay. We wanted to actually share and highlight the actual lived experiences from the point of view of the participants of the project and also the art directors, people who were actually, making their hands dirty on the ground, sometimes in a literal way. So it's really, I imagine this as a conversation, so there was no preparation needed, and I didn't send them any instructions, so that you know that it's really about sharing what they actually experienced it. So I will guide you through this conversation, but feel free just to kind of honestly share even the challenges or obstacles that you had. And maybe we can start from the fact that, of course, we also see now in this keynote speech how other cities also need such interventions like Revive. And I think we can really be happy that we created a certain methodology that can be also replicated in other cities around Europe, smaller or big ones. And also, I think what was the highlight of the whole project is the fact that no revitalization is possible if the community is not involved. And it's something that was really important throughout these experiments, to really work with the local community and to involve them as much as possible to make this project sustainable. If we are doing the top-down approach with revitalization of cultural heritage, it's not going to work. And we have seen a lot of examples all over Europe and beyond of spaces that are physically renovated but then remain empty. And sometimes it's much easier to find funding and renovate buildings than to actually make them a livable places rather than just empty spaces and nicely decorated ones. So in this project, it was not really about investing a lot in the pure renovation of the space, but it was a lot about investing a lot of energy into working with the local community that can later carry on these projects. So it was an experiment, and the whole project was a challenging one, as you heard also in the morning, because we didn't really know what is going to come out of this. And there is a certain beauty in uncertainty, but there is also some fear and some obstacles that we encounter. But it's in the end all about how we take it. Sometimes experiments can really be more efficient than something that is very structured and imposed to the local community. So I think today we would like to hear from all of these people here how this actually happened in these different locations. So we have heard this morning what these experiments were. But they were very, very different. And in all these locations, there was a different approach needed. And the preparations, as we heard, were also really challenging. We had to do it online, which was a horrible thing. But I think we can all be happy with what we did. And I think all of you should be really, really proud of yourselves and of your colleagues who participated, because a lot of work has been done. And I think only with time we will maybe even appreciate it more, because we will see how these things will evolve on the ground. The impact is something that is really hard to measure in this immediate moment, but I think we will see, and what we see also in Italy right now, is that this place is living, and it's really something satisfying to see that what you did there is something that really has an important impact already now in the local community. So I will maybe start from just your own motivation, like from the young talents point of view, as we call you, young talents. You applied for this project to participate in, but maybe you also didn't really know what is gonna happen. So I would like to just ask you maybe, what was your main motivation to apply to such a project, and what did you expect it to be? And when you start speaking, just say your name, where you're from, and in what experiment you participated, so that everyone knows who you are and what you're talking about. And just share your honest kind of experience from the very beginning of the application itself. So who would like to start? Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, it's working. Well, I'm gonna break the ice. So my name is Radu. I'm visual artist and a cultural mediator, actually, working in Iași in Romania. I participated in the project of Romania, and I'm so honored to be here actually and to see the large scale of Revive project and what actually impacted. It's absolutely fantastic where we started. Yes, it was very challenging to be online, to work online. Nobody expected what's going to be there on the place, on the site. But I think the main motivation to start really to ask the question on point, the main motivation for myself, it was the chance to work with other people, young talents. And I'm very grateful that I met everybody, because everybody came with their own gifts. We put aside all these images of we are artists, we are architecture, and we started to ask the question of how can we solve a problem that really exists in the community with the gifts that we have. And yeah, I'm really, really grateful that I get to see how it turned out to be in the end. And yeah, I'm a bit emotional that I speak to about this and its ending. And yeah, I think I really honor and appreciate the bond that was created between us. And I think this is maybe more important than maybe the exhibition itself, that is going to change and it's going to reshape. The long-term thing that's going to be is the bond between us. And this is what it's going to stay with us. The networking that we're going to have, and to continue to work in this kind of spaces, create spaces for ourselves. The new Bauhaus European, it sounds very revolutionizing, no? Like a revolution. It's a revolution in thinking, in rethinking spaces for ourselves, artists, and for the world around us. So yeah, that's about it, I guess.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you want to share your motivation? Yes.
Hi, I'm Ella. I'm a textile designer from Croatia, and I participated in Slovenia and in the last project in Romania. And I think for me, the reason why I applied was I was really drawn to interdisciplinary program. I saw, so the first program was the first experiment was in Tržić, which had a really rich textile history. And I was like, I will apply and to see what it is. It was really uncertain. Even in the first online meeting, I wasn't exactly sure what is going on. But coming to the site, working with people, everything crystallized. But each experiment was, of course, different, problematic. But I think when we arrived there and when we started working together, get to know each other, everything just clicked into place. Like we all had some gaps in our knowledge, but everyone was professional. Everyone was professional in their own field, and we all like filled the gaps in and turned it into a really nice project. So that for me is also like the biggest thing that came out of this is the knowledge we gain, the other people, energies that we exchange. For me was the most important thing in the end.
Beautiful, thank you.
Hello, my name is Victor. I'm so happy to be here with all my colleagues, also with the partners, also in our university as well. So I feel honestly like in a bar, because I remember, for me, this is like an experiment again, because I remember these days that we were working hard in our experiment in Slovenia, also in Romania. After work, we were drinking some beer or some water, sharing some ideas. So I feel like in that way, like quite comfortable, let's say. So yeah, I'm Victor. I'm coming from Spain. I'm an architect and urban designer. So for me, this Revive project was an opportunity, I will say, for me, but also for my partner Charit, because we just in that moment we just opened a small architecture office. So for us, it was an opportunity to, in some way, work from the inside of the cities of the project to have the chance to, as Ella and Radu said, to work with multidisciplinary teams, but also to be able to not just create, but also build, let's say, and modify those spaces during some days. So I think that I will say that for me, the key word is the opportunity. Also for young people, and not just young talent, also young professional, let's say.
Thank you.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Federica and I came from Italy, near to Cellino Attanasio. And I have a professional inclination for restoring buildings. And this drive me to apply for the Revive project for the call of Slovenia and Romania. And then in Cellino, I was a volunteer to bring my Slovenian experience. And for me, this experience was very important for my career, starting career. And I experimented that architecture is not only a technical subject, but maybe architect's role can be to understand what people want for a space without identity, and to change these spaces into living spaces, and not only a spaces without identity. And this is why I want to take part in this project, to bring my my methods, and to help to change a place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anton Jakob from Ljubljana, Slovenia, and I'm a student of architecture. So before this experiment, I would see the sites such as Turku and Tržić like any other architectural project, like, okay, it's urban revitalization, it's a project for an architect, job done. But it was really eye-opening for me to see that you can tackle the same problem from all these different angles and different fields, and the outcome is even greater if only one field would do it. So that was amazing, and it really focused that it's not really only about us and to what we designed, but what is already there, the local people there, and the amazing spaces that are already existing, and we only put a spotlight on it and focused, what is already there and is amazing.
Thank you. Anyone else from? Yeah. Senior.
Thank you. I'm Maija-Stina from Finland, Turku, and I participated in the Turku experiment. And I think like my motivation in this project was that I got really excited about video mapping. I think like for most of us it was a new thing, but I also took part in the like previous course we had in the Turku Applied Sciences School for like learning how to do video mapping and testing out how it's going to be. And during that course we got to play in the basement of the school for like, I don't know, 5 days, and it was the best thing ever. And I wanted to continue on the same playful experiencing. But what I didn't expect is that when the 2-week experience started, like how quickly we get to like the commune sense and good vibes. And I think like when we were just like hanging out at the school and in the Varvintori, people got like, I don't know, curious about what we are doing in there. And like, I don't know, you got to meet a lot of people. Like I've been living in Turku like always my whole life, but I got to see like a whole new perspective to my own like hometown. So it was a great experience. I'm really grateful for everything this brought to my life.
Thank you so much. It's really beautiful to hear this, because for us it was not only about reviving these sites, but also to kind of allow you to create these type of connections, and also for the future. So not only to end this now, but also maybe to spark something among you, so you can also continue to collaborate maybe, or either at a personal or professional levels. So it's really nice that this happened. And it was also something that we had no idea how it's gonna work, because we don't know who you all are, right? So from the perspective of also us as organizers, let's say, it was quite uncertain as well how the experience is going to work, because you mentioned also interdisciplinarity. So sometimes, you know, putting architects with someone who is an artist or something else, there can be a little clash, right? So we will come back to that later. I first wanted to ask the directors, the art directors in the sites, what was your first, let's say, reaction or motivation to be part of this project? Because in many cases, you were already partners of the project, but in Slovenia case also, you were kind of brought in as an art director. So I kind of want to ask you, what was your first reaction or impression to do such a thing? Did you have any fears or also expectations from your side? Because it's also nice to see these different points of view when it comes to these projects. And what was also the reaction of your colleagues? You had to pull a lot of connections at the local level. Like, so how was it for you personally and professionally as well to approach this project from the very beginning?
Let's start from there.
Hi, my name is Andrea. I participated in experiment in Tržić. At the time of Revive project, I was working at the Tržić Museum, the site where the project took place. And the project just came up at work, really, nothing special, another work obligation. I was happy to attend it because I was a bit bored at that time. So it was a chance for me to break the routine. It certainly met that expectation, I have to say. But as soon as the thing started rolling, I got really pulled in, very much pulled in. So I had this conflict at work because, as you said, there was a lot of negativity in certain communities around Tržić regarding this project, especially regarding not with the project itself, especially not with the young talents, but with the place where the experiment took place. So I was sort of pushed or pulled in that conflict as well. That was the hard part for me. But as for the project itself, the running time of the project, it was great, especially at the beginning, even though we didn't know what to expect. It was I really welcomed it.
Thank you.
Hi, hello. My name is Lăcrămara Stratulat. I am Deputy Director in Palace of Culture from Iași. I was involved in Italy project, Celino Atanasio, and of course in Iași. Of course, I feel afraid in the beginning because I saw the space is empty. But finally, you saw the wonderful things, the wonderful exhibition who made the team who involved in this project. But I want to say something. I liked very much one sentence. The beauty is in the process. You know, it's very profound and very deep things. And let's think about this. Maybe in the future, if we want have another project, because you have wonderful and amazing teams, we must think about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cristina Cerasi, and I'm part of Ithaca team. And I had the privilege to be art director with my colleague Graziano Di Crescenzo for the Celino Atanasio experiment. Now I understand this fear was a pretty common feeling. And my first impression of the project was, oh my God, what do we have to do? I remember just one thing about our first online meeting, that was be creative. It was like, we don't know what you are going to do, what you have to do. Just create something that is sustainable, that creates connection, that can revive a place. But this means you have to understand what freedom means, what the responsibility of being free means. That is not like not having rules. It's like creating your own rules and following it with an authentic feeling. creating something that really represents your ideas. So we started to create something, first of all, inside ourselves. Criticizing, for example, our way to think about stuff. We always think in the box, but for the first time, we had the possibility to think out of the box. And this is what Revive really meant to be, in my experience, of course. So we had the possibility to really create a new kind of territory, even if in a small place that is the former Santo Spirito Church. We had the possibility to create territory. I don't know if you have familiarity with this kind of concept. That means creating something for a white chalkboard. We had the possibility to give the name to the place, to leave something of us in this place, and to give to the community the possibility to write a new story inside something that already had a story. That was really fascinating in my opinion. I tried to resume something really, really difficult. I hope my crazy intervention is clear. And on this, I'm very proud to present with Federica something that can really explain to you what I was trying to describe in few words. That is
our book. Thanks to Ithaca to doing the book. And in this book, we want to keep memory of this experiment, this 4 experiment. And because this is the last time of this project, no? The going on of the project. And if you want to read, is very interesting because we made that all together.
Yeah. So if I have 1 minute more, I want to thank everyone that took part of this experiment. I would like to read all the names, but you know who you are. And thank you for helping me to grow as a person and also as a professional figure. So thank to everybody, thank to Revive Project, and now I leave the microphone to someone else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Behind the monitor for the half of the audience. I'm Antti, the art director for the Turku experiment, but also on many other roles on the whole project, have been part of the reapplication of the project, and also living in the area that we kind of enlightened for the neighbors. So this had so many personal levels. And as a creative process, the hardest thing is always to say yes when you get asked to do something. We have sort of inclination of saying no if somebody asks you to do something really big, because that's more safe. So to say yes for this project was from a message from my colleague Milla asking, hey, we're writing the reapplication. Do you want to be still part of this? And the answer was yes. Then we picked the young talents. They had to say yes and trust that they will come to Turku. And this all sort of works out when you have great people doing great things. And that's the only sort of reason to do anything in the world. So I think the mission was accomplished in our experiment.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for being so honest as well with your with sharing. I think it's also interesting that in this project we had a lot of different types of institutions. So from university to museum to big institution like Palace of Culture in Romania, and then to smaller one as an association in Italy. And I think we all have different ways of working in your own communities. You need to deal with lots of different things. Sometimes it's a very big structure, sometimes it's just your neighbor. But it was really great that you were able to tackle all of that, all of those challenges, but also to say yes, as Antti said. Sometimes it's hard to say yes to such a thing because it requires you to step out of the box, as you also mentioned. And in our work, we are often obliged to follow many set of rules. And in this one, we try to make it as less rules as possible to allow this creativity to emerge, which then also imposed a lot of pressure to the art directors as well in their own institutions and the city as a whole in the end. So yeah, congrats on accepting the challenge, and then also to congrats on making it all happen in a really good way. We tackled a lot of, there was this word uncertainty that comes out a lot in these conversations. And I wanted to ask you from also both points of view, how you dealt with uncertainty, like what helped you in the moment when everything was so uncertain that you were getting a bit lost in everything. And I know there were a lot of moments like that because yes, first the online part and then coming to this place and having very limited time to do something important. How did you deal with uncertainty and what helped you in those moments most? Except beer. I mean, I know beer helped.
Let's make a quick one and pass everyone from here. My view is always to take a step back and see the bigger picture. That always helps. If you reactionary, then you start to hassle around. But one step back.
Well, it was helpful because we were from all different fields. So if architects did not have the answer, maybe visual artists have, or yeah, there was always somebody else who had the answer. So that was helpful.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult, the question.
Yeah. And I didn't give you time to prepare.
I ask to read when I don't know how to approach. But maybe there are a lot of common aspects and different aspects in all the experiences. I try to find the common aspects because I do 3 experiments, and I try to reply what I have experienced before. And this is for me very useful because I put on site my experience and try to give an answer to this kind of problems. And but with a good teamwork, I think this process was very was a challenge and not a problems.
Yeah, for me, I completely agree about what Anton said, and the answer basically was on the team, always. I mean, but the team, not just the young talent, the team talking about community, let's say, in this kind of network that grows from the stakeholders, the people from the different location, of course, by us. But for me, always the answer was on the team, basically, because as also Fede said, if I don't have the answer, yeah, it doesn't matter because another one is going to give an answer. So yeah, I think that one was the important to look for it basically on the team and the teamwork, let's say.
For me, it's the same. I agree with Anton, Fede, and Victor. It was teamwork, and if somebody didn't understand something, maybe it was too abstract, we had each other to help us. Of course, I think in the first experiment, it was Vid, Andrea, and Mercedes who did a lot of, I'm just going to use it like dumbing down, like how things are supposed to be, but it was teamwork. It was definitely teamwork.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. A good answer could be the energy and the creativity of the young talents. It's a good answer, I believe.
All right, so yeah, definitely it was a lot of uncertainty when we were working online. And so regarding the project that happened in Iași in Romania, we tried so hard, so much to define the space because let's say I was, so to speak, privileged because I get to see the space in real life, but the others was so hard to understand, even after 3D graphics or anything that we tried, photographs, anything, nothing worked until the moment they arrived and they see the space actually how it looks like. So yeah, we kind of dealt with it to try to say another answer than the team. Of course, you can find the answer in the team, but also uncertainty is a kind of fear, let's say, of not acting. So I think also it might work just to act, even though you don't know where you're going to, just by doing something, thinking that this is going to lead somewhere. This might help also. And the process, and not losing time and being stuck in a repeating loop of the mind that tries to find a solution for the problem. So yeah, in the end, I think we find a great solution for the space.
Well, the teamwork. But like in addition to like someone always doing something, I think like the living in the moment was the huge thing, and like not worrying about what we do and where it leads, just like doing. And then I also think that we had like a, I don't know, summer camp feeling in a really good way. Like it really didn't matter like what day it is, and we were just like experiencing. And a huge thing was also that Antti was so chill in Turku, so we didn't really get the stress, because he was always telling that everything is going to be fine in the end. So we believed in that. So thanks for that.
My salvation in difficult times of uncertainty is always having a plan B. So I tell to myself, if the world stood still at this moment, what would I do? And once I come with a plan, I'm calm. And as for the teamwork that they say, that's probably true in their point of view. But I have to say, from my point of view, it was at least 10, 20 times VIT per day, or even much more, when they would come to our directors. Oh shit, what do we do now? And then we had to snap and come up with an answer. Maybe because it was the first experiment, it was really, you know, like an ice-breaking thing. But yes, at least 10 or 20 times per day, we had to come up with a solution. Looking back on the experiment, I had 2 turning points, and I still don't know whether the right call was made. The first one was structuring the teamworks maybe a bit too profoundly. I was really doubtful when the kids first showed up in Tržič, whether they would be able to make their own group work forms, their own work groups. And looking back, I would let them roast more, maybe for a couple of days, and make them figure it out by themselves. But as I said, I had a plan B, and then I was like a bulldozer. Vit was much more relaxed about the whole thing. But the second, case was when Victor, we had this thing with the pink house. When it hit me that these kids actually think that design already carries content, and I was shocked. I'm old school. You have to, know that. But for me, design is always something that needs to be firmly backed up by content. And when I realized that they think completely differently, their design is entity of its own in their view, I was really, really lost and confused for a while. Without a plan B, not really, I had it. But yeah, it was really interesting.
Great, thank you so much. Christina, you want to say something? Feel free.
Hello again. When I felt lost, and we all felt lost, the main thing that helped us to create something was going back to the roots. When you are lost, you have to go back to the roots. And that meant that every one of us has to discover again our own roots, and also Cellino Attanasio roots. So we started from data, from what people told us, from their perspectives, from their needs. This is the root, needs. Then the young talents had the possibility to leave something of their roots in the project. And now we really hope this project is going to blossom. So from the roots to the blossom. This is the core of the Revive project. So in my opinion, roots save the world.
Great, thank you so much, Cristina. It's really nice to see this reliance on each other that you had, and that you helped each other to overcome the uncertainties. And yes, this is very true for the young team. And then you have the art directors who also had to carry that load of uncertainty. And it was really also beautiful that all of you were open enough to kind of let go some things and just trust the process that we were also talking about a lot, and believe that these young talents are actually gonna be the ones who can also solve a lot of uncertainties themselves. Thank you for that. And maybe since we don't maybe have that much time left, I don't know, I would love to talk so much with you, because I think that this sharing a couple of months or maybe even a year after the experiment gives us actually, reflection with time back, because when you just finish the experiment, you're like so excited with different things, and maybe some things are less clear. But I think now we are able to share this in a different way. And maybe what I would like to ask you, since we were talking a lot about the local community and the work that you were doing there, if you can say one thing that surprised you the most in this work with the local community. What surprised you? What was something unexpected that you discovered? I know there were a lot of things, but if you can just kind of take one that stuck with you. Again, a difficult question. Oh my God. Think about it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to say something. The thing that stayed with me regarding the project of Yash, it was just seeing them. It's just choosing to see somebody. I think that's a great chance to show love to the people. And we shared love. And for sure, they were very happy to be represented in the cultural space. But I think I would say this stayed to my mind, that when you choose to see somebody, you choose to love him or her. When you choose not to see it, then maybe it's not that much love. So I think this stuck with me somehow, and they were very happy to be seen. Like, children need validation and everything. Everyone knows it. So yeah, that's about it. I think we all need it and share it.
Thank you.
For me, it was maybe curiosity, because I didn't work as much with the local. I worked more on the design in Yash, but in Tržić, I was involved in social art team, and we were making this big stream out of modular textiles. And I know when we were putting it, people would be like really surprised of what we're doing, explaining it to us, and then we will explain them the whole project. And they were really happy that something was going on, and it was that they would come to us and it was to ask. They didn't just look and then walk, they would approach and like be interested in what we were doing. So for me, it was that.
Nice.
Yeah, for me, for example, from my point of view, it was like the people want to take part during the design process. I mean, we can see in different examples during this experiment, but the people want to decide about the public space, about housing, about. Of course, we have like different professionals that we need to I don't know how to say, but guide in some way to the correct solution. But the people, like the society, want to take part of the design processes, but also in even the construction processes. So basically, that the people want to participate from my point of view. Also, as we sell with locals and so on.
Yes, also for me, maybe the local community involvement shocked me because in historical village, maybe there are some unwritten rules that is difficult to approach to this kind of project and changes. But I see that in Cellino this works in a strange way because I know people of my homeland. And another things that shocked me was the how diversity of participant and discipline can works very well together. Is impressive how this can work.
Yeah, at first we were really scared about the participation of the locals in Tržič because before we arrived, we sent out a questionnaire what they expect of the site. And I think that we got almost none responses, but out of the ones that did, they all said we need a parking slot. So, but when we actually came to the site and talked to them, it was really amazing because not only were they interested in the project and happy to tell us about the space, but they were really understanding about what the issue in Tržič is, and they really want to help. And it was really amazing because we weren't there to teach them, we were there to learn from them. So it was really a co-creation process. So yeah, the final project is not only our work, but it's the work of the whole community plus our help.
Maybe the biggest surprise in the Turku experiment was that I had this quite clear risk analysis in my mind, who I had to convince to help us. But the most sort of obstructions came from really, really close. So that's always kind of the one that you can't see. And this emphasizes the need to include everyone. So they maybe didn't feel so included in the process. So our own organization was maybe the most slow to react. The young talents were on board right away, and all the project partners help all the time. But even reserving spaces seems to be quite hard in a big house. Yeah. So take care of your own family also, and not only the guests.
Yeah. Good message. Yes.
Thank you. I would add to the Turku experience that we were wondering a lot of like what is happening inside of the building where we did the video mappings. And I think one of the coolest things during those 2 weeks was that, for example, the circus students who are in the building, they were like really excited about us being in there, and we got to like hang out in their morning practice, and they invited us to see their shows, and we got to borrow their equipment, and like they were really like, I don't know, welcoming for us, and it was really nice. And we spent a lot of time with them during that week. They even invited us for like their own little movie club one day. So it was like, I don't know, it was a great surprise.
And for me, maybe it's the warming up of the community, because it's, as Jakob Anton said, we had, at the beginning of the project, we had really a lot of difficulties convincing people not only to participate, then we gave up the participation part, but just to accept, just to welcome the project. They were really, stubborn, they were really hard, but, the Alpine people, they have a mind of their own. But a year into the project, they are really starting to warming up. They show their curiosity. They even come up with different ideas, what they would like to see in the garden, how they would like to participate in the garden. They have different ideas how the garden should be arranged. They even use it. So now I think we finally have this idea of bottom-up approach that we really, really wanted to apply. Of course, it's a bias. You can't apply a bottom-up approach, but that we really wanted to see in people. And now slowly we are finally getting there. So yes, for me, this is a surprise.
Great. Thank you so much. I think it's also a nice way to wrap up this conversation today. The fact that actually the inclusion of people was something that was super important, because what we wanted to do with Revive project was not a big reconstruction project, right? There was not enough time or resources to do such a big thing. But what we wanted to do is to create the spark. And I think the sparks were created really in all the sites. Just the fact that you were there was like a big group of international people working on a local heritage. Sometimes people wouldn't even consider a certain place to be a heritage or important at all, like the square in Turku. And the fact that you brought this like big group of people, it's actually putting like a spotlight to the place that sparks new imagination of the people. And I think in that sense, really Revive helped a lot in all the sites that you worked with. And one final thing, one hope for the future that you have for your site that you worked on, or the sites, because some of you participated in more of them. But just in short, like, what do you hope for the site for future?
Sorry, like the fact that Turku is celebrating its birthday in a few years. And as they mentioned, they're probably doing something in the Varvintori area. So I'm really curious to see about what's that going to be. And I know like we live in Finland, there's a lot of dark months during the winter. We don't really even have the snow anymore. So all light is really welcome. I think video mapping was really good addition there. So I'm curious to see.
I hope for the garden to take up the generic programming, so that we don't have to apply program to the garden, but the local community takes the program to be, like self-understood.
Yeah, thank you.
About the space of Yash, I really believe like it's a multicultural space. We talk about a lot of cultures, and I think the message that can send this to the people, to all the people that want to consume art, is that you are all welcomed there. And it's like this space of communion, of being together and learning together. I'm sure the Palace of Culture, I mean, now I heard, and I'm very happy that you include this in tour guides that are already happening. And there are a lot of activities that can be done there with people, targeted people. So I think this is how I see it in the future, a multicultural space where many things can be done, and the space can be reshaped in many ways.
I think we have wonderful teams, and I hope to continue. And please, Matea and another people involved in this project, please continue. Our wonderful work. Thank you.
As Radu said, for Yash, I'm hoping it will continue being a community space for every single minority involved. And for Tržić, I'm really hoping that the projects get applied, because it was really an emotional project, and I would love to see it be done in person.
Yeah, for me, the most important thing is that our help during this Revive experiment is just the beginning of something for not just for the different site, even in Romania or in Slovenia or in the other projects, but also for the cities itself. No, like an example that there are other ways to do architecture, urbanism, design, art creation. Like almost everything can be done in a different way. Just also considering also the community, let's say.
As Marina said before, now we have the spark, and I really hope that the community will find a way to let the space, the former church, to continue living. Now it is a symbol. It's again a symbol, a reconstructed symbol, and I hope the space will never die again.
One is the official planning of all the events and everything that's going to happen on these spaces, but I would really like to see just individual everyday people going through these spaces, maybe just on a commute, a walk through the square, but like just having a smile and enjoying that, noticing the places they go through.
Yeah, the hope is that someone will make a better experiment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Really, this was so inspiring to hear your stories, and we really hope that the project impacted you on a personal and professional levels, that it brought you some new knowledge, but also a lot of new friends. And we also, and I think I speak in the name of all the partners, that we would like to further, of course, support you in case you want to further develop your ideas and have new projects in mind and you need support or any kind of support. We are really happy to be there for you, because we also hope that it's just the beginning. Of course, you know, the European projects are often in a way that you complete the 2 or 3 years and then it kind of stops. But I think in the case of Revive, I really believe it's just the beginning, and that the project actually just brought this spark that was needed there in the certain locations, and we highlighted them, and I hope they will have their lives beyond the project. Yeah, I would also just like to thank everyone who was involved, and thank you for your time, your work, your dedication. We just enjoyed having you there. You were amazing groups of people coming together and being open enough to, you know, embrace the uncertainty and support each other. That was really beautiful thing. So thank you for the partners as well. It was a pleasure to work with you. And we will conclude with a little video. So I will now give the floor to someone who will announce, yes, to Mila. And thank you guys once again. Yeah.
Ladataan ne VLC-playerin.
So, dear colleagues and dear friends, we have spent this morning discussing the ideas behind the project, sharing the impact of Revive, and exploring everything in between. And soon we will see the video, and it really focuses in between element. So we are there where Revive truly lived. So it's the collaboration, working together, the teams as mentioned here. So my deepest thanks to everybody who made this video possible, and also everybody who is in the video, and all of you who have made Revive possible. So please, let's watch the video now.
Thank you, everybody, for staying here. We are closing this beautiful morning with the closing of the conference with the presence of Mateja Hafner, General Secretary and Project Manager from this project. Thank you so much, Mateja. A great applause for her. Luis Enrique.
Just in short, what is there left to be said at the end? We hope presented to you our project, Revive project. We said our project because we are deeply involved. Amazing team and our 2 years common journey. Therefore, at the end, I would like to express a very big thank you to our project team from Spain, first of all, and thank you for this final conference, this great event of final conference of the project. That means thank you, Spanish team. Thank you for Romanian team from Moldova National Museum. Thank you, Ithaca Development Agency. Thank you, Culture Hub Croatia. Thank you, University from Turku. Thank you. And a big thank you a special thank you to our young talents. Without young talents, our common projects won't be so successful. So at the end, just thank you. That's all. Yes. Maybe. Yeah.
This is last words.
Yes. Picture. How? Yes. Would you like to add something? Just young talents to stay here and come here in front of to take a common picture.
So we finish the conference, please.
First, yes. Yeah, Dalia has very strictly suggestions. Yes, first of all, young talents, then we will all together, and then the project team. Okay, so thank you for today. The final conference is closed. So just a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.